Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The deepest mines of Moria held secrets that even the eldest dwarves had forgotten. In these lightless depths, where ancient pillars disappeared into abyssal darkness, Kira Ironheart pressed her archaeologist tools against rock that hadn't felt a living touch in millennia. Her lantern cast dancing shadows on walls that seemed to whisper tales of forgotten ages. It happened when her chisel struck something that rang like a bell in the darkness. Beneath centuries of mineral deposits lay a sheet of pure mithril, its surface etched with maps unlike any in the known chronicles of Middle-earth. They depicted vast chambers and halls that, according to their placement, should exist far beneath even the deepest known levels of Moria. As Kira studied the mysterious map, a figure emerged from the shadows. Grimweld the Grey, a wizard known for his exile from the White Council. His tattered robes seemed to absorb the lantern light, and his eyes held the weight of uncomfortable truths. "You found it," he whispered, his voice carrying the dust of ages. The entrance to Dur-Amazad, the First Kingdom. Before Kira could question him further, the ground trembled. From cracks in the ancient floor emerged warriors unlike any she had seen. Their armor seemed formed from living shadow, their weapons wreathed in dark fire. The battle was brief but fierce, with Grimweld's staff blazing with silver light as they fought their way to safety. In a hidden chamber warded with runes of protection, Grimweld revealed the truth. Dur-Amazad was not just another dwarven settlement. It was the first kingdom of the dwarves, built by Durin himself before he founded Moria. Its inhabitants had delved too deeply into secrets that should have remained buried, unleashing forces that threatened to consume them. Rather than let these forces escape, they had sealed themselves away, their kingdom becoming their tomb. But now the seals were weakening. The Shadow Warriors were once the guardians of Dur-Amazad, now corrupted by the very forces they had contained. They sought to open passages to the surface, allowing ancient evils to once again threaten Middle-earth. As Kira and Grimweld endeavored to prevent catastrophe, they gathered unlikely allies. There was Thorin Stonekeeper, a master of ancient dwarven runecraft, Lyra, an elf sage whose ancestors had helped forge the original seals, and Ozka, a mysterious dwarf woman who spoke in riddles and seemed to know far too much about Dur-Amazad's history. Their journey deeper into the mountain revealed wonders and horrors beyond imagination. They found halls where gravity flowed like water, chambers where time moved in reverse, and bridges built from crystallized light. But they also encountered evidence of the catastrophe that had befallen Dur-Amazad's. Statues of dwarves caught in moments of terror, their faces forever frozen in mithril. The truth, when they discovered it, was more terrible than they had imagined. The force that had destroyed Dur-Amazad was not some external evil. It was the power of creation itself, raw and uncontrolled. The first dwarves had discovered how to tap into the same power that all had used to create their race, but they couldn't control it. Their experiments had begun to unravel the very fabric of Middle-earth. In a vast chamber at the heart of Dur-Amazad, they found an ancient forge unlike any other. It pulsed with living light, and around it stood 7 pillars, each bearing the mark of one of the original dwarf houses. This was where it had all begun, and where it had to end. As Shadow Warriors poured into the chamber, Grimweld revealed his final secret. He had been there during the fall of Dur-Amazad, though under a different name. He had helped create the seals that contained the power, and his exile from the White Council had been self-imposed a cover that allowed him to watch for signs of the kingdom's reawakening. Understanding dawned on Kira as she pieced together the ancient runes and Grimweld's teachings. The power couldn't be destroyed, but it could be redirected. Using her knowledge of Dwarven architecture and archaeology, she realized that Moria itself had been built as a massive containment system, its very structure designed to channel and stabilize the forces leaking from Dwarven. The final battle became a race against time as they worked to reinforce the ancient safeguards. Kira used her archaeologist's knowledge to reconstruct broken runes while Grimweld channeled his power through them. Thorin's runecraft created new bonds between the levels of Moria, while Lyra's elven songs helped stabilize the energies. Ozka, revealing herself as a guardian left behind from Dwarven, gave her immortal life force to strengthen the seals. As the chamber began to collapse around them, Kira made the discovery that saved them all. The map she had found wasn't just a guide to Dwarven, it was the key to transforming Moria's entire structure into a new kind of seal. By activating specific points throughout the city, they could create a network that would not just contain the power, but harness it safely. In the aftermath, Moria was changed. Veins of living light now ran through its walls, regulated by the new seals. The Shadow Warriors, freed from their corruption, became guardians once again, protecting the deepest halls. Kira's discovery led to a new understanding of Dwarven architecture and magic, one that respected the power within the mountain while keeping it safely contained. And deep below, in chambers few would ever visit again, the ancient forge of Dwarven continued to pulse with power no longer a threat, but a reminder of the fine line between creation and destruction, and the wisdom needed to walk that line safely. Kira's maps became part of a new archive, their warnings clear to those who would read them. Some kingdoms are best left to shadow, their powers contained by the very walls of the world itself. Story 2. In the echoing depths of Moria, where ancient bridges spanned bottomless chasms and forgotten memories lingered in shadowed corners, Durin 8 stood sentinel. As the last bridge guardian, he walked paths his ancestors had trod for thousands of years, his footsteps joining the whispers of history that haunted these halls. The first sign that something had changed came when the mithril veins in the walls began to pulse with an ethereal light. It started as a gentle shimmer, like starlight caught in silver threads, but grew stronger with each passing day. The light seemed to follow patterns, forming what looked like ancient runes that would appear and fade like breath on glass. Durin's vigilance was soon rewarded when he witnessed something extraordinary. In the great cavern of the second hall, where the grandest of all bridges stretched across the void, the mithril crystals embedded in the walls began to sing. The sound was unlike anything recorded in Dwarven lore, a harmony of crystal and stone that made the very air vibrate with power. It was during one of these songs that he first saw her. An elven warrior, her armor bearing symbols not seen since the Second Age, emerged from the shadows. She introduced herself as Erenar, daughter of Celebrindle, and her presence in these halls was no accident. The singing crystals, she revealed, were responding to an ancient awakening, one that both their peoples had long feared would come. Our ancestors didn't just build bridges across chasms, Erenar explained, her voice carrying the weight of ages. They built bridges across time itself. She spoke of a pact forged in the days when elves and dwarves first shared the secrets of ring-making, a pact sealed with magic far older than the rings of power themselves. As if to confirm her words, the goblin attacks began. But these were not the usual raiders. These goblins moved with purpose, seeking something specific, their weapons marked with symbols that matched some of the pulsing mithril runes. In defending against one such attack, Durin and Erenar discovered that the goblins carried maps marked with locations of ancient dwarf elf meeting places that had been deliberately erased from both peoples' histories. Together, they began to uncover the truth. The bridges of Moria were more than masterworks of engineering. They were anchors for an ancient spell. Each bridge had been crafted by both Dwarven and Elven hands, containing elements of both peoples' magic. They were meant to maintain a barrier, not just against physical threats, but against something that existed between the spaces of time itself. Their investigation led them deeper into Moria's secret. In a hidden chamber beneath the eastern bridges, they found records kept by Durin III himself. They spoke of entities called the Time Shades, beings that had once threatened to unravel the very fabric of Middle-earth by existing in multiple times at once. The combined might of elves and dwarves had trapped them between moments, using the bridges as anchor points for their prison. But now, the prison was weakening. The goblins, it turned out, were being influenced by the Time Shade's whispers, promised power over time itself if they helped break the ancient bonds. Each attack was targeted at specific points that would weaken the bridge anchors. As Durin and Araner worked to reinforce the failing barriers, they discovered that their bloodlines were key to the original spell. The reason the mithril had begun to sing was that it recognized in them the combined essence of those who had first cast the binding. They were the descendants of the original pact makers. The crisis came to a head during a massive goblin assault on the bridge of Moria itself. As they fought to protect the bridge, reality began to splinter around them. They caught glimpses of other times, the bridge as it was being built, the bridge during the height of Moria's power, the bridge at the moment of Gandalf's battle with the Balrog. The Time Shades were breaking through. In that moment of crisis, Durin and Araner realized what had to be done. The original pact hadn't just been about building bridges, it had been about building trust between their peoples. The Time Shades had gained power from the growing distrust and separation between elves and dwarves. To renew the binding, they would need to renew that trust. Standing at the center of the bridge of Moria, as reality fractured around them, Durin and Araner performed an ancient ritual that combined Dwarven runecraft with elven songcraft. The mithril in the walls joined their song, creating a harmony that resonated through time itself. The Time Shades, caught in the wave of combined power, were forced back into their prison between moments. But the victory came with a price. The ritual bound Durin and Araner to the bridges, making them the living anchors of the renewed pact. They would need to remain in Moria, walking the bridges together, maintaining the barriers through their combined presence. In the years that followed, their vigil became legend. The Bridge Guardians, as they came to be known, became symbols of what could be achieved when ancient rivalries were set aside for the greater good. Under their protection, parts of Moria slowly began to be reclaimed, with both dwarves and elves working together to restore its grandeur. And sometimes in the quietest hours, when the mithril sings its ancient songs, those who walk the bridges of Moria catch glimpses of two figures, a dwarf and an elf, walking together through halls where time itself holds its breath. Guardians of a truth that echoes through the ages, that the strongest bridges are not built of stone and metal, but of trust and understanding, spanning not just physical chasms, but the deeper gaps between peoples and times. Story 3. Deep within the ancient halls of Moria, where shadow and stone danced in eternal twilight, Tharina, daughter of DS, stood before her anvil, her hammer striking rhythmically against heated metal. The air was thick with the scent of coal and iron, and the distant echoes of water dripping from unseen heights. As the last female smith in the eastern halls, she carried the weight of her people's legacy in every piece she forged. It was on a day like any other, when her hammer struck something different, not metal, but an ancient stone that had been concealed within her workbench for centuries. The impact revealed glowing runes, their blue light pulsing like a heartbeat in the dimness of her forge. The inscription spoke of the legendary Forge of Valen, where the 7 rings of the dwarf lords were first imbued with power. As Tharina traced the runes with trembling fingers, a deep rumble shook the chamber, sending tools clattering to the floor. From the depths below, otherworldly shrieks echoed through the corridors, sounds that hadn't been heard in these halls for generations. The shadows themselves seemed to writhe and twist, taking on forms that should not exist in the waking world. Fleeing her workshop, Tharina encountered an unlikely figure in ORC, but unlike any she had seen before. His skin bore ritual scars that glowed with a faint silver light, and his eyes held wisdom rather than malice. He called himself Grishnik the Outcast, and claimed to have wandered the deepest depths of Moria since before its fall. "The runes you've awakened," he growled, his voice surprisingly gentle. "They've stirred something ancient, something that both our peoples once fought together to contain." Despite generations of ingrained mistrust, Tharina found herself listening to Grishnik's tale. He spoke of a time when ORCs and dwarves had forged an uneasy alliance against a greater evil, a force that had been sealed away in the very foundations of Moria. The Forge of Valen wasn't just a place of creation, it was a prison. Their unlikely partnership was soon joined by others. Balin III, a young dwarf noble whose ancient bloodline carried secrets about the forge. Lumina, an aging fire spirit bound to the forges of Moria. And Krog, a battle-scarred dwarf veteran who initially opposed working with Grishnak but gradually came to respect the ORC's knowledge of the deep places. As they ventured deeper into the mountain's heart, they discovered signs that others were seeking the forge as well. Members of the Dwarf Council itself had been searching for it in secret, believing its power could restore their people's former glory. But Grishnak's tales suggested a darker truth, that the Council's quest might inadvertently release something far worse than the Balrog that had driven their people from these halls. The journey through the ancient city tested them all. They crossed bridges spanning bottomless chasms, navigated halls where gravity itself seemed to shift, and faced shadow creatures that fed on memories. Each challenge forced them to rely on one another. Tharina's craft, Grishnak's knowledge of the deep ways, Balin's lore, Lumina's ancient magic, and Krog's steadfast courage. In a vast chamber lined with mirrors of polished mithril, they discovered the truth. The runes Tharina had found were part of a warning, not a guide. The Forge of Valen had been built not to create, but to contain, to bind the essence of an ancient evil that had corrupted the first rings of power. The Dwarf Council, in their quest to restore their people's greatness, had been unknowingly working to break these bonds. As they raced to prevent disaster, they encountered council members who had arrived before them. Led by the ambitious Lord Fearn, they had already begun the ritual to unlock the forge's power. The chamber trembled as ancient seals began to break, and from the depths arose a being of shadow and flame, not a Balrog, but something older, a corruption that had existed since the first dwarfs delved too deeply. In the chaos that followed, Grishnak revealed his final secret. His glowing scars were marks of a binding ritual. He was the last of an order of guardians, both ORC and dwarf, who had sworn to prevent this very moment. With Tharina's help, he could reforge the seals, but the price would be high. Understanding dawned in Tharina's eyes as she saw the truth of what had to be done. The forge's power could indeed restore the rings, but it would require a sacrifice, a willing fusion of dwarf and ORC essence, breaking the divisions that had allowed the ancient evil to gain power in the first place. In the chamber's center, as Lord Fearn and his followers battled the shadow being they had unleashed, Tharina and Grishnak began their work. She took up her hammer one final time, and he offered his centuries of contained power. Together, they reforged the seals, their combined sacrifice creating something entirely new, a power born of unity rather than division. The shadow being was drawn back into its prison, but the forge chamber was forever changed. Where Tharina and Grishnak had stood, a pillar of crystallized mithril now rose, its surface etched with runes that told their story. The surviving council members, humbled by what they had witnessed, swore to protect the truth rather than seek to exploit it. In the years that followed, the eastern halls of Moria became a place of pilgrimage for both dwarves and ORCs seeking understanding. The tale of Tharina and Grishnak became a legend, whispered around forge fires, a reminder that true power lies not in ancient artifacts or mighty rings, but in the courage to see beyond ancient hatreds and forge new paths together. And deep within the mountain, in a chamber few now visit, the pillar of mithril still stands, its runes glowing softly in the darkness. Those who listen closely say they can hear the rhythmic sound of a hammer striking an anvil, echoing through the halls of Moria like a heartbeat, reminding all who hear it that the greatest legends are written not in gold or glory, but in the choices we make and the bridges we dare to build. Story 4. Deep within the majestic halls of Moria, where crystalline lamps cast their eternal glow upon walls of polished stone, Kira Firebeard's pickaxe struck something different. The sound wasn't the familiar ring of metal on rock, but a hollow resonance that made the very air shimmer. The young dwarf miner stepped back, her copper-colored beard catching the blue light of the nearby luminescent fungi as she examined the peculiar section of wall before her. By Durin's beard, she whispered, running her calloused fingers along ancient runes that had been hidden beneath centuries of mineral deposits. The markings seemed to pulse beneath her touch, their edges gleaming with traces of mithril that had long ago seeped into the very stone. Working through the night, while her fellow miners slept, Kira carefully excavated the area, revealing an archway sealed with doors of forgotten craftsmanship. The metal was unlike anything she had seen before, darker than mithril, but with the same otherworldly sheen, decorated with intricate patterns that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. It took 3 days of careful work with her finest tools to breach the seal. When the doors finally swung open, they did so without a sound, revealing a chamber that hadn't known light or air for thousands of years. At its center stood a mirror unlike any other, its frame forged from pure mithril, its surface not reflecting the chamber around it, but showing instead visions that made Kira's blood run cold. In its depths, she saw massive wings of shadow and flame, a creature of nightmare that her people spoke of only in whispers. A Balrog, one of the ancient demons of the deep. But this was no mere historical reflection. The mirror showed the beast stirring from its slumber, deep below the current mines of Moria. More disturbing still were the images of dwarven workers, unknowingly mining closer and closer to its resting place. When Kira brought her discovery to the Council of Elders, she found only skepticism and dismissal. The old mirrors are known to show false visions, declared Gorner Stonefist, head of the mining guild. We cannot halt our operations based on the fantasies of a young miner, but one dwarf remained behind after the council dispersed Thorgal Shadowhammer, an exile who had returned to Moria only recently. His dark eyes held secrets, and the scars that crossed his face spoke of battles fought in shadow. I believe you, he said simply, because I've seen it too, in the deep places where few dare to tread. The ancient evil stirs, and few remember the signs that preceded Moria's first fall. Together, they formed an unlikely alliance. Thorgal shared his knowledge of the city's forgotten passages, while Kira brought her expertise in reading the living rock. They descended through abandoned mines and sealed tunnels, following the path that the mirror had shown. Their journey was treacherous. Ancient traps, set by the first dwarf lords to protect their secrets, still functioned perfectly after millennia. They encountered chambers where the very air was poisoned, corridors where gravity itself seemed to shift, and halls where phantom armies endlessly reenacted battles from ages past. But more dangerous than any ancient defense were the political machinations that followed them down. The powerful Iron-Beard clan, who controlled the deepest and richest mines, sent assassins after them. Kira and Thorgal found themselves fighting not only the darkness below, but also their own kin who refused to see the truth. As they ventured deeper, Thorgal finally revealed his secret. He had been there during the last great expedition into the lowest depths, 50 years ago. He had seen something that had driven most of his companions mad, a glimpse of the Balrog's dreams seeping into the rock itself. He alone had survived, but his warnings had been dismissed as the ravings of a broken mind, leading to his exile. Their breakthrough came in an ancient library, sealed since the First Age. Among crumbling scrolls, they found records of the original Dwarven engineers who had built the great walls of Moria. These masters had created a network of runic wards, powered by mithril, designed to keep the Balrog in its eternal sleep. But now, centuries of mining had weakened these wards, breaking the chains that bound the ancient evil. Time was running out. They could feel the temperature rising as they descended, the very rocks beginning to crack from heat that no earthly fire could produce. The mirror had shown truth. The mining operations above were dangerously close to the final ward. In the deepest chamber, where the heat made their armor glow dull red, they found at the last intact ward stone, a massive pillar of mithril-infused rock covered in runes of binding. And beyond it, through a crack in the ancient stone, they caught a glimpse of something that made their souls shrink, a mountain of shadow, wreathed in sleeping flame. The choice before them was impossible. The ward could be reinforced, but doing so would require a sacrifice, a life freely given to power the ancient magic. Thorgal stepped forward, his face set with grim determination, but Kira stopped him. You've carried this burden long enough, she said. This is my city, my people. I found the mirror for a reason, but before either could act, the chamber shook with a tremendous impact. Above them, the mining operations had finally broken through. Cracks appeared in the ward's stone, spreading like lightning across its surface. They had only moments to act. What happened next would become legend in the halls of Moria. Working together, Kira and Thorgal did what had never been done before. They used their own blood to trace new runes, combining the ancient wards with modern mining techniques they both knew so well. The chamber filled with blinding light as their improvised magic took hold. The ward stone transformed, its power spreading through the entire network of mithril veins that ran through the rock. The Balrog's chamber was sealed not by ancient magic alone, but by the living stone of the mountain itself, reinforced by the knowledge and sacrifice of two dwarves who dared to find a new way. They survived, barely, and returned to the upper halls with proof of their discovery and their deeds. The council could no longer ignore the truth, and the mining operations were redirected away from the dangerous depths. Thorgal's exile was lifted, and Kira was named Master Warden of the Deep Ways, charged with maintaining the new wards and ensuring that the ancient evil remained sealed. In the years that followed, songs would be sung in the great halls of Moria of the miner who heeded the mirror's warning, and the exile who helped her save their home. But few knew of the real victory, not just over the ancient evil below, but over the pride and blindness that had nearly doomed them all. And deep in the sealed chamber where they'd made their stand, the mithril mirror still stands, showing not just what might be, but what ordinary folk can achieve when they dare to believe in both ancient wisdom and new ways of thinking. Story 5. In the hidden forges of Moria, where the rhythmic song of hammers had echoed for millennia, Master Smith Durin VIII labored in solitude. His private workshop, carved deep within the living rock, glowed with an otherworldly light that emanated not from ordinary flames, but from a peculiar fusion of crystals and metals that he had spent decades perfecting. The air shimmered with heat and possibility as he pursued his life's obsession, rediscovering the lost art of true mithril forging. The walls of his forge were lined with hundreds of failed experiments, twisted metals that gleamed with almost right luminescence, alloys that captured starlight but shattered at first touch, and compounds that sang like mithril but lacked its legendary strength. Yet tonight felt different. The ancient texts he had discovered in the deepest archives had revealed something new: the role of resonance in the forging process. As Durin's hammer struck the glowing metal before him, he began to hum an ancient Dwarven work song, one that spoke of the first shaping of the world. The metal seemed to respond, its surface rippling like water in ways that defied natural law. But with his next strike, something unexpected happened. The very walls of his forge began to hum in harmony, and in their crystalline surface, faces appeared, the faces of ancient Dwarven masters, their beards flowing like liquid silver, their eyes holding the wisdom of ages. At first, Durin thought he had finally succumbed to the madness that sometimes claimed those who pursued mithril's secrets too ardently. But these weren't hallucinations. The spirits spoke, their voices a chorus of whispers that made the tools on his walls tremble. "You wake us from our slumber, son of our sons," they said. The price of true mithril was never meant to be paid again. In the days that followed, Durin struggled with his discovery. The spirits, he learned, were the consciousness of ancient master smiths who had bound themselves to the very rock of Moria to protect its greatest secrets. They warned him of a terrible price that came with true mithril, forging a curse that turned living flesh to stone, a curse that had claimed countless lives during the height of Moria's power. But something else was happening in the great halls above. Reports came of dwarves found transformed into exquisite statues of stone, their faces frozen in expressions of surprise or terror. The curse, it seemed, had already awakened, triggered by Durin's experiments with the resonant frequencies of the mountain itself. Torn between his duty to protect his people's secrets and the urgent need to stop the spreading petrification, Durin sought counsel from the spirits. They revealed a terrible truth. The curse was not just a consequence of mithril forging, but a deliberate safeguard. Deep beneath Moria slumbered an entity of pure creation, a being of such power that it could reshape reality. The first Dwarven lords had discovered it and used its power to create mithril, but its unbridled energy began transforming everything it touched. The curse was created to bind it, powered by the willing sacrifice of those ancient master smiths. Now, Durin's experiments had weakened those bonds. The entity stirred in its sleep, its power leaking into the halls above, turning living flesh to stone once more. The spirits offered him a choice. He could either help them reinforce the ancient bindings, forever losing the secret of mithril forging or attempt to find a new way to contain the entity's power. Durin chose a third path. Working with the spirits, he began to forge something unprecedented, a network of resonant chambers throughout Moria, each tuned to a specific harmonic frequency. These chambers would not bind the entity's power, but rather channel it, transform it, make it serve the mountain rather than threaten it. The work was dangerous. Each time he tested a new frequency, he risked triggering another wave of petrification. The spirits themselves were divided, some believing his attempt would doom them all, others seeing hope in his innovative approach. As he worked, more of his people fell victim to the curse, adding their stone faces to the growing gallery of statues in the halls above. Time was running out. The entity's power was growing stronger, the circle of petrification spreading wider. In a final, desperate effort, Durin combined everything he had learned: the resonant frequencies, the spiritual insights of the ancient masters, and his own deep understanding of metallurgy. He created a master forge, a chamber that would serve as the heart of his harmonic network. The activation of the network nearly killed him. As he struck the final ceremonial blow on his forge's anvil, every chamber in Moria rang like a giant bell. The spirits of the ancient masters manifested fully, their forms solidifying as the power of the deep entity flowed through the network. For a moment, living dwarves and ancestral spirits stood together in the halls of their forebears, united in purpose. The gambit worked, but not as anyone had expected. The entity's power, rather than being contained, was transformed. The petrification curse was broken, but in its place came something wonderful. The stone of Moria itself became infused with creative energy. Where before there had been ordinary rock, now there were veins of living crystal that responded to dwarven craft and will. The statues of those who had been petrified gradually returned to flesh, changed but alive, bearing within them a deep connection to the mountain itself. Durin never did recreate true mithril. Instead, he had discovered something perhaps more valuable: a way for his people to work in harmony with the very soul of their mountain home. The spirits of the ancient masters, no longer bound by necessity, remained as advisors and teachers, their wisdom finally free to be shared rather than hidden. In the years that followed, Moria changed. The halls became more than mere mines and workshops. They became living spaces where stone and spirit intermingled, where the boundary between craftsmanship and magic blurred. Durin VIII was remembered not as the one who recovered lost secrets, but as the master smith who forged a new future for his people, proven that innovation could honor tradition without being bound by it. And in his private forge, now a sacred space where young smiths came to learn, the original failed experiments remained on display, testament to the truth that sometimes the greatest discoveries come not from finding what we seek, but from understanding why we sought it in the first place. Story 6. The great hall of Moria echoed with the measured footsteps of Helgor Hammer as she made her nightly patrol. Moonlight filtered through crystal shafts high above, casting long shadows across the ancestral throne where generations of dwarven kings had ruled. As captain of the royal guard, she knew every corner of these halls, every whisper of the ancient stones. Tonight, something felt different. A flicker of movement caught her eye, a hooded figure slipping through the merchant's quarter well past trading hours. Following at a distance, Helga observed as the mysterious dwarf met with others in a secluded alcove. Their whispered conversation carried traces of words that made her blood run cold: delivery, artifacts, and most disturbing of all, ORCs. The exchange was brief, but its implications were devastating. Sacred artifacts, pieces of their heritage, being sold to their ancient enemies. As the conspirators dispersed, Helga traced their steps back to several prominent trading houses. The evidence she gathered over the next few days painted a disturbing picture. A network of corrupt merchants had been smuggling precious relics out of Moria for months. But it was while following one of these leads that Helga made an even more startling discovery. In a forgotten storage room, she encountered an ORC not charging in with weapons drawn, but carefully examining ancient scrolls by lamplight. Before she could strike, he spoke in perfect Khazad-dûm, the secret language of dwarves. "Wait," he said, raising empty hands. "I am Gorzek the Forsaken, and I bring warning of something far worse than stolen trinkets. against every instinct, Helga listened. Gorzik revealed that the artifacts being smuggled weren't random treasures. They were specific pieces chosen for their magical properties. The ORCs who bought them were members of a secretive cult, preparing for a ritual that would awaken something ancient and terrible, a dragon that slumbered deep beneath Moria's foundations. My people speak of it in whispers, Gorzik explained, his scarred face grave. The worm of the deep roads, put to sleep by the first Dwarven kings using artifacts of power. The cult believes that by gathering these artifacts and breaking their enchantments, they can control the dragon when it wakes. Helga's initial disbelief was challenged by the evidence. Gorzik presented ancient maps showing a massive chamber far below the lowest mines. Ritual scrolls describing the dragon's binding, and most convincingly, reports of tremors that coincided with each artifact's theft. But trusting an ORC went against everything she had been taught. Why betray your own kind? She demanded. Gorzik's response was simple. Because my people were once something more than mindless raiders. This cult would doom us all, ORC and dwarf alike, in their mad quest for power. Together, they formed an unlikely alliance. Helga's knowledge of Moria's defenses and political landscape complemented Gorzik's understanding of the cult's plans. They worked in secret, tracking down the stolen artifacts while trying to identify the corrupt merchants without alerting them. Their investigation led them through forgotten passages and abandoned mines. In these dark places, Helga began to see beyond her prejudices. Gorzik knew stories of the ancient peace between their peoples before darkness corrupted the ORCs. He fought with honor and showed wisdom that defied everything she had been taught about his kind. But their actions didn't go unnoticed. The corrupt merchants, realizing their scheme was threatened, hired assassins. Attacks came in the dark, forcing Helga and Gorzik to watch each other's backs. Each time they survived, trust grew stronger between them. The final confrontation came as they discovered the cult's ritual chamber, deep in the abandoned lower levels. The corrupt merchants had allied themselves directly with the cult, believing promises of power and riches once the dragon was under their control. The chamber walls were lined with the stolen artifacts, their power being systematically drained. Below them, through ancient grates, they could see its scales black as night, larger than a great hall, its sleeping breath hot enough to make the stone sweat. The dragon's slumber was already growing restless as the binding artifacts were weakened. They weren't in time to prevent the ritual from beginning, but as cult members began their dark chants, Helga and Gorzik realized something the cultists hadn't. The artifacts weren't meant to control the dragon. They were the only things keeping it from destroying everything in its path. What followed was chaos. As the final bindings weakened, the dragon began to stir. The cultist spells of control proved useless against its ancient fury. In that moment of crisis, Helga and Gorzik proved that the alliance between their peoples was not just possible, but necessary. Working together, they used their combined knowledge of Dwarven engineering and Orcish magic to redirect the power of the ritual. Instead of breaking the bindings, they reinforced them, using the very greed of the cultists against them. The corrupt merchants and cult members found themselves bound to the same enchantment that held the dragon, their life force becoming part of the seal that would keep it sleeping for another age. In the aftermath, Helga faced the Council of Elders with Gorzik at her side. The evidence of the merchants' treason was undeniable, but more important, they had proof of how their peoples could work together. While not all were convinced, enough saw the truth to begin changing ancient prejudices. Gorzik was granted sanctuary in Moria, the first ORC in an age to be welcomed as an ally. He and Helga continued to work together, forming a new guard unit that combined Dwarven discipline with Orcish strength, dedicated to protecting the ancient halls from threats both within and without. The dragon still sleeps beneath Moria, but now its rest is guarded not by artifacts alone, but by the combined vigilance of two peoples who discovered that their greatest strength lay not in ancient hatred, but in the courage to forge new bonds of trust and honor. And in the great hall where this story began, visitors can now see something unprecedented, a shield bearing both Dwarven runes and Orcish markings, a symbol of how the darkest conspiracies can sometimes lead to the brightest hopes for the future. Story 7. The Ancient Libraries of Moria, lay silent in the depths of the mountain, their countless scrolls and tomes gathering dust in the dim light of eternal crystal lamps. Young Thorin Stonewise moved through the stacks with reverence, his fingers trailing along spines bound in leather and metals unknown to modern craftsmen. As the youngest member of the Lorekeepers Guild, he had been tasked with cataloging the deepest sections of the archive, where few ventured and fewer still returned with their sanity intact. It was here, in a chamber whose walls seemed to absorb light, rather than reflect it, that Thorin discovered the map. Unlike the precisely detailed charts that guided miners through Moria's countless tunnels, this one was different, drawn not on parchment, but on a sheet of hammered mithril, so thin it was nearly transparent. The runes that marked its surface seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles, and in the center was a spiraling pattern that made his eyes water if he stared at it too long. As he attempted to decipher the ancient script, a voice spoke from the shadows. "You can see them, can't you? The words beneath the words?" Thorin spun around to face a dwarf woman, unlike any he had seen before. Her beard was woven with crystals that pulsed with their own inner light, and her eyes held the same shifting quality as the map's runes. She introduced herself as Vara Runweaver, though she spoke her name as if it were both truth and lie at once. "I am the last of the Shadowsmiths," she explained, "a line of dwarf mages that was banned from Moria's records centuries ago. We were the ones who helped create this place. All of it, even the parts that were never meant to be found again." The map, Vara revealed, showed the way to a level of Moria that had been deliberately erased from history, a vast complex of chambers and passages that lay beneath even the deepest mines. But before she could explain more, the first tremor struck. Books tumbled from shelves as the very foundation of the mountain seemed to shudder. Over the next days, as more tremors threatened to collapse tunnels throughout Moria, Thorin and Vara worked to understand the map's secrets. In hidden corners of the library, they found fragments of the truth records of the Shadowsmith's work, of experiments with powers that bridged the gap between craft and sorcery. The deeper they dug, the more unsettling their discoveries became. The lowest level of Moria, it seemed, had been built not as mines or halls, but as a vast magical machine. The first dwarf lords had discovered something there, an entity of pure creative force, similar to the fires of creation itself. They had built chambers around it, using geometry and runecraft to harness its power, turning it into the source of all Moria's greatest wonders. But as they prepared to descend to these forgotten depths, others took notice. The Runic Council, keepers of acceptable magic in Moria, sent agents to stop them. They claimed the Shadowsmiths had been banned for good reason. Their magic was too dangerous, too unpredictable, too willing to breach the boundaries between what should and shouldn't be possible. Forced into hiding, Thorin and Vara discovered they weren't alone in their quest. A small group of scholars and craftsmen had long suspected the existence of the deeper truths about Moria's founding. Together, they formed a secret fellowship dedicated to discovering the truth before the increasing tremors tore their home apart. Their descent through the hidden ways was perilous. They encountered chambers where space itself seemed to fold in impossible ways, corridors that led to the same place no matter which direction you walked, and halls where time flowed differently, depending on where you stood. Vara's forbidden magic proved essential for navigating these impossible spaces, while Thorin's knowledge of ancient texts helped them interpret the warnings and guides left by those who had come before. The final chamber, when they reached it, defied description. It was a vast spherical space, its walls covered in runes that moved and flowed like liquid metal. At its center floated a sphere of pure light, so bright it should have been blinding, yet somehow gentle enough to look upon directly. This was the heart of Moria's power, the source of all its greatest achievements, and now it was failing. The tremors, they realized, were caused by the gradual breakdown of the ancient runic systems that controlled and channeled this power. The first dwarf lords had built failsafes into their work, knowing that future generations might not understand the responsibilities that came with such power. These failsafes were now activating, threatening to seal away the power forever along with much of Moria itself. In that moment of crisis, Thorin and Vara made a choice that would reshape their understanding of their people's history. Rather than trying to prevent the failsafes from activating, they worked to modify them. Vara's knowledge of forbidden magic combined with Thorin's deep understanding of ancient lore allowed them to see what the first dwarf lords had missed: the power was never meant to be controlled, only guided. Together, they rewrote the ancient runes, transforming the chamber from a cage into a conduit. The power remained wild and free, but now it flowed naturally through Moria's rocks and halls, accessible to any who took the time to understand its nature rather than seek to dominate it. The tremors ceased, but Moria was forever changed. In the years that followed, the ban on shadowsmith magic was lifted, and a new age of discovery began as dwarves learned to work with the mountain's power rather than trying to control it. The secret level remained hidden from most, but its existence was no longer denied, becoming instead a place of study for those who sought to understand the deeper mysteries of creation. Thorin and Vara became teachers of this new path, showing others how to read the words beneath words, to see the patterns behind reality. Their story became a reminder that sometimes the greatest discoveries come not from conquering the unknown, but from learning to embrace it. And in the deepest library of Moria, the mithril map still hangs, its runes still shifting, now serving not as a secret to be hidden, but as a reminder that there are always deeper truths to be found, if one has the courage to look beyond what is known and accepted. Story 8. In the deepest mines of Moria, where even the bravest miners feared to venture, Vara Eagle-Eye moved with the confidence of one who had spent decades learning the secrets of forgotten passages. Her torch cast dancing shadows on walls that hadn't seen light in centuries, its flame reflecting off veins of precious metals that wound through the ancient rock like frozen lightning. The renowned treasure hunter's latest expedition had brought her to a section of the mines that appeared on no modern maps. Her boots left prints in dust that had lain undisturbed since the First Age, and the air carried whispers of ancient magic that made her beard bristle with static electricity. The entrance to the crypt appeared suddenly, a doorway carved with runes so old they predated the common dwarven script. Vara's hands trembled as she traced the familiar sigil of Durin the Deathless, the legendary king whose 7 lives had shaped the destiny of their people. Inside, the chamber defied the laws of space itself. Its ceiling soared impossibly high, supported by columns carved to resemble ancient warriors. But it was the object at the center that drew her attention, a crown of pure mithril, floating unsupported above a pedestal of black stone. Its surface caught the torchlight and transformed it into patterns of starlight that danced across the walls. The moment Vara's fingers touched the crown, visions exploded behind her eyes. She saw Moria in its prime, its halls filled with light and life. But beneath the splendor lay darkness, not the simple darkness of shadow and depth, but something ancient and aware. The Balrog that history blamed for Moria's fall was merely a puppet, she realized with horror. The true architect of their doom still slumbered in the deep, waiting. When the visions cleared, Vara found herself not alone. A blind dwarf stood before her, his clouded eyes somehow fixed directly on her face. "I am Thorin Voidgazer," he said, "and you have seen what I see every moment of every day, the truth behind the legend." He spoke of futures yet to come, of a darkness stirring beneath their feet that made the Balrog seem like a mere spark in comparison. The crown, he explained, was both key and warning, forged by Durin himself as a last resort against this ancient evil. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected figure, an elf, moving through the darkness with unnatural grace. She introduced herself as Muriel the Outcast, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "The crown's power calls to those who can sense its purpose," she said. "I have waited decades for someone to find it." Together, they formed an unlikely alliance. Thorin's visions of possible futures guided them through the treacherous depths. Muriel's forbidden knowledge of ancient magics helped them understand the crown's true purpose. And Vara's expertise in navigation and ancient dwarven lore helped them piece together the full scope of their challenge. As they delved deeper, they discovered hidden chambers filled with records that had been deliberately erased from history. The truth they uncovered was staggering. Moria had been built not just as a city or mine, but as a prison for something that predated the shaping of Middle-earth itself. The Balrog's arrival had been no accident. It had been drawn by the stirring of its ancient master. The crown, they learned, was more than just a symbol of authority. It was the linchpin in a complex system of magical wards, designed to keep the ancient evil dormant. But its removal from the crypt had started a countdown that couldn't be stopped. They had to make a choice: destroy the crown and hope the evil remained trapped, or use its power to confront the threat directly. The decision was taken from their hands when the entity began to wake. The very foundations of Moria trembled as something vast and incomprehensible stirred from its eon-long slumber. Ancient wards flared to life throughout the city, their light revealing the true extent of Durin's preparations. The entire mountain was one vast containment system, and it was beginning to fail. In a desperate race against time, they discovered that the crown's power could be used to reinforce the wards, but doing so required a terrible sacrifice. The wearer would have to merge their consciousness with the crown itself, becoming part of the eternal vigil that kept the ancient evil at bay. Vara stepped forward to make the sacrifice, but Thorin and Miriel stopped her. Together, they discovered a third option, one that required all three of them. By combining dwarven craftsmanship, elven magic, and the unique properties of the crown, they could transform the nature of the imprisonment itself. The ritual nearly destroyed them. As Vara placed the crown upon her head, Thorin channeled his visions of possible futures into it, while Miriel wove spells of binding and transformation. The crown's power flowed through all three of them, burning like liquid starlight in their veins. When it was done, the ancient evil was not destroyed, but transformed. Instead of fighting against its bonds, it became part of Moria itself, its power redirected to strengthen rather than destroy, to create rather than corrupt. The price was high. Each of them carried a piece of the crown's power within them, bound eternally to the mountain and its secret heart. Vara continued her explorations, but now she could sense the deeper rhythms of the mountain itself. Thorin's visions became clearer, focused on protecting rather than merely warning. Miriel remained in Moria, the first elf in an age to be welcomed as one of its guardians. The crown still sits in its crypt, but it no longer floats in solitary splendor. It rests on its pedestal, surrounded by three chairs where, on certain nights, three unlikely friends gather to maintain their eternal vigil. They tell stories of what was and what might have been, watching over a darkness that now serves the light. And in the deepest halls of Moria, where the ancient evil once waited to destroy, new wonders are born. The power that once threatened to unmake the world now fuels creation, guided by the combined wisdom of dwarf, elf, and the crown that brought them together. For those who know where to look, the signs of this transformation are everywhere, in the way the stones sing with their own inner light, in the dreams of those who sleep within the mountain's embrace, and in the continuing story of three unlikely guardians who chose to transform an ancient curse into an eternal blessing.